Hello, hello. We're back in the very pretty city.
More speed.
I need to turn it down just a tad. Also, I don't know if you saw me, but I made the title F it, let's be lawyers, because that's 100%
Yeah, I
just
saw it.
good. I was like, I don't know if that's going to happen here today, but I'm going to manifest it. Bring it back.
If we're in Fontaine, just assume we're going to be doing that.
Just assume we're going to be lawyers at any 5 seconds. Like, everyone we meet, hey, do you need a lawyer? Do you need a lawyer? Do you need a lawyer? I know someone who's better than me, but it's anyways. Hello, hello, Bibies. Thank you for the 15 months.
Eating here as often after growing up.
How are you doing?
I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
Oh, in that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
I'm doing all right.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in
We're
Fontaine
here, we're
sure know how to
Genshining.
enjoy life.
Why, of
We're kind of
course.
vibing.
Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
Looks like so much food for 3 people, and then I remember that Paimon's there. The literal black hole of a stomach.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
That's right, we won a case. Where's my lawyer badge? I think I'm owed that at this point. I don't need law school. I'm sorry, Jan.
Not
Thank you
yet.
for dumping it all out.
You gotta give it some time.
I'm just
Oh,
dumping
true.
all of
Very
Yanfei's
true.
hard work down the toilet.
In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
It's a good thing she's not here for this. We're sad that she's not here for
Didn't
this?
mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Oh, right. I forgot about the water that turns people into water. I forgot that that was a thing.
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but
That was
I feel that's
disturbing.
about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
Yeah, it's kind of terrifying. Like, watching someone die like that in front of your eyes. It's somehow more gruesome than someone getting crushed.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking. We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
Hello, hello, Copper. Thank you. We will do our best to make this
In
a good
such
stream.
investigations, even the
By that I mean we're
smallest
just
step
gonna
can seem like
do our best to have
a
fun.
yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off.
No, no, the chasm's in Liyue.
To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
I appreciate what you're doing. I will say, though, you kind of looked a little highfalutin. Maybe that's just the way people in Fontaine dress? You look a little noble? Better just
Sure.
fancy?
Seems Paimon thought things
She already just made her outfit to tailor to her.
It's like, look, you're not going out there looking like a regular person. You are going to be fabulous at all times. It's very important.
It's just how everybody in Fontaine is dressed.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal.
And I mean,
so
she
I
does
doubt
have
you'll
a
further interest in
Aquabus line
this
named
business,
after
right?
her.
Oh, what? The Aquabus? Oh, right. Oh, the Navia does have the Aqua. No, isn't she an idol of some kind?
No,
No?
Let's
What am I
talk
her
thinking?
about something else.
it's named that way because I
What are
know
your
her
future
father should be
plans?
that all the lines are named after her father and her mother.
Oh, so she is rich.
Not really.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial.
It's like when people get traits named after them.
Really seemed like the right time or place to do it anyway.
Yeah, but like the Aquabus is like a pretty big important thing in the city, in the kingdom. Country. I don't know what it is.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon.
To be fair, we talked to her at one point. She just was not happy to see us. Or,
I've heard
yeah.
that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
You know, the last time someone said that, she appeared like 10 seconds later. So, let's look at the door.
Yeah. We've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
And then she comes through the door.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
How questionable?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
The more questionable, the better.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
Didn't we do some acting back in Sumeru? I think we pulled it off pretty well.
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Are you just shouting this in the middle of the hotel where everyone can hear you?
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Again. Get ourselves arrested again. How many times would that make?
Not arrested yet.
But you...
Well, in Fontaine.
In Fontaine. In Fontaine, we have yet to be arrested. But into that. How many times have we either been arrested or been on the lam?
Like at least once every nation.
Except for maybe Mondstadt? Or including Mondstadt?
We got busted once in Mondstadt for flying without a license.
That's true. That did happen. Hello, Beat Spy. Hello, hello. How you doing?
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right. No more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break.
Now that seems...
You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed.
You finished
about
another
the whole
semester?
thing.
Congratulations, Beat Spy. School is hard.
School is hard. Congrats.
School's hard and complicated, and I have mixed feelings about missing it.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
And while the shame is fresh in her mind.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
It is weird with seating in some places. Like, I can't recall how many times, like, I've accidentally almost taken somebody's drink just because of the way some dining tables are set up in places.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty good about making sure that doesn't happen, but it has happened, or almost happened many times in my life.
Alright.
It's like,
Well, it especially happens at,
Paimon would
like
recommend
weddings, it says
Fontaine
when people are
anyway.
catering.
It is kind of
oh
salty
yeah,
and
I don't, yeah. Wait, it
Because,
tastes
like,
kind of salty and icky, and I'd have to agree. Fanta. Sorry, I was just thinking about Fanta this whole time.
I mean, it's basically Fanta.
The soda?
Well, in
Yeah,
that
it's
case,
it's
we'll
Fanta.
blacklist the Fonta here
Okay,
then.
I thought it just sounded similar. I was making a joke on Fontaine.
No, it's Fanta.
It's straight up a soda here in this very high class hotel. I would like a cup of your fanciest Fanta, please. Grape flavored.
If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for
It's
the
funny because you
treat,
can actually
Paimon.
buy it. You can buy a lot of it. I've actually been stocking up on it for no reason. It doesn't heal you or anything. It's just fun to have.
Wait, so it's a consumable, I assume.
Yeah,
But like,
you
what does it do?
can buy it in that. It's just it's just a consumable. It doesn't really do anything.
It's really, you drank a thing of Fanta. You're not sure why you did this. You don't really like how it tastes.
You can actually do a world quest where it gives you like this. It's like sponsored by Fontaine. You can get this trophy that you could basically use for infinite refills.
That's really funny.
Hey, you actually can use it for infinite refills.
Normal. You know, like you.
I accidentally found out there were achievements
Whose
tied to it.
birthdays is this
That's
month?
really funny.
We're
And not
left
at all
with-
really a surprise.
Hey, Navia, what are you doing over there?
You tried Fanta once it hurt to drink? I don't. Have I? No,
Fanta in a
okay.
while, but I actually do like it.
I think I did too. Back when I actually drank like soda and not just like Coke Zero.
I had a Fanta phase because of Homestuck.
That was Fago.
I will
though.
fully admit that.
That was Fago.
Oh, it was Fago. I couldn't remember. It was one of the F sodas.
I thought about that too, but I was like, no, I'm rereading Homestuck. I know it's Fago for a fact.
Well, yeah, I had a Fago phase, but even though I did drink
That's
Fanta. It's actually
fucking
it's really
funny,
not too bad.
considering I thought you hated Gamzee.
Who said that?
No, or I know you didn't like. A lot of people don't like Gamzee. To be fair, I don't remember much of
Who
our
the
time.
hell said that?
I don't remember a lot of our time in Homestuck.
I liked all of them. I didn't dislike any of them.
That's fair.
I would clown on him, but that's just because that's the meme.
I mean, you got to clown on the clown.
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Oh, I feel like, look, I have a lot of money. Would you like a little bit of money? I'm probably richer than you.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
And Paimon has no idea. But no, I think when I was living at college for a little while, like the cafeteria had Fanta, now Fanta Orange, and that's what I was drinking.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula.
I'd buy it just when I felt like having something different, because I'm usually either drinking Sprite, ginger ale, or Coke, and that's about it. But if I feel like having something like fruity, I'm just like, you know what, it's there, I'll get that.
My problem is I can't drink regular soda anymore. It's got way too much sugar for me. My body just does not like it anymore. It just can't do it.
I live off of ginger ale, basically, at this point. Ginger ale, tea, or water.
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
Wait, did you tell us how to contact you? You should contact the Spina di Rosula. How? Do I just scream it to the skies? Oh, right, the fountain. How about this?
The update to come so I can give the rest of my damn sigils to this fountain. I'm level locked.
Will be took to Aranea
It's like, I know the rewards are there. Stop limiting me each patch.
Oh, good. The water's still talking to us.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? Ugh. That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Hold on, let me strip down and jump into the water and see if I can hear it better.
Vache? Vache?
Oh, now there's emotion to it.
Hey,
Like inflection.
why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water. Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Oh my goodness, Paimon can hear it. Okay, that's actually a little bit more disturbing now. That's not just me.
Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Hey, it's Noshinid. I've killed one of your sisters a lot. Not as much as I want to, but I also made friends with one of your sisters.
Vache? Are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is? Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered.
That sounds depressing.
How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
I like the expression on her face, like, wait, hold on. What do you mean the Oshinids were human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their
Are
form.
all Oshinids previously humans, or just you?
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water. And then
Oh. Ooh. Hey, on the bright side, they're not dead. Call that a plus.
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
Ugh. Fontaine, why do you do this to me?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new
Hold on. What if I bring you to the fountain? Okay, tell him, Vache, stand in the fountain. Okay, close your eyes. I'll reunite you with your love. Ignore the fact that I'm pulling a vial of water out from my backpack. Just hold still. That'll work. That's totally morally correct, right?
The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing.
So the question becomes, are you someone who's been here for 20 years, or... You know, that's kind of a big difference.
If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Vache was a witness to the... Wait.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving. If anything, I consider it a form of release.
That's fine, I'm just like... If he watched this happen, but didn't... Either he didn't tell anyone or no one believed him.
It was a state of neither fear
I
nor
mean, you saw how it was in court. They brought it up. It was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who would believe that?
still.
Nobody
True.
believed it. until they saw it happen in front of them.
Yep, and now the Hydro Archon scene, it's just like, ah, shit.
I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Well, I know half of that last part. No, actually, nope, I understand that full thing.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
What if Vache's become like the best detective in the city and still in past 20 years and still couldn't find her? And so he's just extremely depressed. He's just a noir detective. Oh, it's a fully animated cutscene. Oh, what the? Wait. What do you mean Navia's out? What? What happened in the last 10 seconds?
Worthless consumer models.
I mean, they are. That's why we're going to beat the shit out of them. But boy, there's a lot of them. Damn, I love how they look, though.
Look out!
Again, my question remains,
Dear God.
how long was I out?
It's a whole army of Gardamex.
Uh-oh.
Clorand?
Oh, she's here to help. Oh, you're so cool.
Still don't know what patch she's coming in.
Now's our chance!
I have a feeling I'm gonna have
I mean, she might be in the patch after Navia, but we don't know.
Alright, look.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed
I
to
love
show
her,
up
alright?
here?
That was awesome.
I followed you. It seemed to me that
Nobody argues
danger
about
was
who the
not
strongest
within
character is. We
reach.
all know the strongest character is that fucking button on Clorand's outfit.
She is one of those characters that does have like the... What would you... It's not quite a boob window. What would you call it?
I
We're
believe
just
that
like-
following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Where it's just like... Here's a piece of cloth that just completely... Like, it still covers everything. There's no skin showing. But boy, does it accentuate.
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not
Iron.
betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
How you doing?
Do not speak of my father.
Ooh, okay. You know, you guys look like lesbians for like 10 seconds. Ooh. It's
Sorry,
fine.
demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
Considering those clockwork things are supposed to be working for you, more or less, as far as I'm aware. Are they?
It bit they kind of go into it.
Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Thank you for twerking Santa.
That caught me off guard for a second.
Yeah, nope, it happens. You're firing up Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time in months? Yeah, that was me a little bit. Except for the mod part. It was just me like, okay, how do I do this again?
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
The who?
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
Oh joy, they really are they really are worthless consumer models.
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
Oh, she's looking out for her. She says it's out of responsibility and honor to her dad, but...
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish.
You can have 2 last wishes.
Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Thank you for your help. I did nothing in this fight. I was unconscious the entire time.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
Ah, I get it. They're that old married couple that got divorced because of reasons, but they actually still love each other.
I know, she's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
But that means we can only eat together when we're, like, after a victory. What about just, like, a hi, how you doing lunch? How about a nice, like, cafe break of just catching up on the events of the past couple
As
days?
such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It
You're
will
gonna invite
take
Clarand.
50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
I love that those two are just constantly in a compliment off for their boss. Like, no,
Love
no, I
them.
love her more.
Is it we love them. Everybody loves Silver Melus as they should.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Oh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Oh my goodness, Paimon did something helpful. Wow, she never thought it was possible.
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
Wait, what?
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fonta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Thank you for the sticker, Bye Beast.
Fonta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
Ah, so they were originally going after all of us, or just...
So the Fonta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Oh my god. We really did fucking save her ass by accident. No, it wouldn't have killed her, probably. It would have just... got her high?
It on the concentration.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we don't know how if it would have killed her or not.
Yeah, we don't know how
So,
diluted it was.
if you hadn't drunk that cup for me,
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fontaine.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name.
I don't think that's all we did.
Now we're caught up in this mess too.
We kind of
Well,
exposed the
something.
truth of Primordial Sea. I feel like we did a lot.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably
Actually,
pretty
gotta
proud
look
of,
up something
and
because
almost
now
got
that I
their
think
name in the
about that, how
process.
the hell did they manage that?
Is that not something that's explained later?
Speaking of which,
Wait, no, different place. I'm thinking.
something
Okay, never mind.
strange happened when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this
Fucking
time
two
Paimon heard
hotels in this
too.
place that start with D. I was thinking about the other one.
Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Because the reason I was going off of that because the other hotel that is here that I confused it with it, that one's basically run by the Fatui. So I'm like, how the hell would you have gotten in there?
Okay, I get it now. I understand.
Does that
Yeah,
mean
it's
the
different
primordial
hotel.
seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That did explain why the voice was more clear.
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Hey, I was having a very lovely conversation.
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened? Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Messing with us will cost them. They'll learn the strength of one who's killed dragons.
Demoiselle, do try not to
Several.
look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
Oh, please,
You
not like
talk
anyone's
too
around.
much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But
None of those dragons we actually killed.
We fought a lot of dragons. We beat the shit out of a lot
We
of dragons.
fought
Is that
them.
better?
We fought them.
We beat a lot of dragons. And a god. Multiple gods. Also, Navia. That sounds a little bit gay. Just a little bit.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Uh-huh, yeah, definitely I believe you. Uh-huh. You're doing your best.
I mean, you saw them. They were the fact that they were holding off Gardamex too.
Yeah, they were doing well. But if another force like that attacks, we're in trouble.
I mean, to be fair, Cloran did say she'd know if anything else was gonna go on. She will be watching out, and I trust her.
She's just watching from the shadows.
She is the top-ranked champion duelist.
Here I was thinking
It's
that
right
that was
ahead.
Yugi.
But let's make sure
The fact
we're
that she can
followed
go
first.
toe-to-toe with Child.
Or possibly Jaden.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
What's her archetype? What deck archetype does she use?
Huh, very good. But
Here's my
let's
ghost
not let
tricks.
our guard down for now.
He's not playing along with me.
I'm thinking. I have to. That's something I'd have to think about. I have no clue.
I was hoping you were just gonna say something random as a joke, but either one works. To be fair, I don't remember most of the archetypes.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
I haven't been big in the Yu-Gi-Oh in a while. Oh wait, no, we're moving this way.
Going
We are
down.
going down. This is their secret base? Well, you know what? It's pretty secret. Oh, joy, 100 Mora. Oh, I think I just stole some of their supplies. Oops. Oh, I love the music shift here. Also, I hope that everyone watching me just going like, why are you not just taking the ladder? And I was like, ladders are for chumps.
The ladder.
Hmm?
Literally nobody I know who plays this game takes ladders.
I only take a ladder to go up. And then... but
Yeah,
no one-
maybe going up, but nobody takes the ladders going down when you can just either,
Nope.
like, glide down or just fucking do a
Fucking
plunge.
Geronimo it.
Nobody fucking does that.
Like Navia Silver and Malus just being like, oh, Mom, what are
Even then, sometimes when there are ladders and stairs, nobody does it. Just fucking climb up the side.
Ooh. Ooh. We're in a very pretty place. Like a different kind of pretty than
Said,
what's
oh,
on the surface.
like a lot of Fontaine is like underground or underwater.
But also, like, there's all... because, yeah.
You also haven't gotten that top area and those two side areas.
Nope.
Because there's all that, and then there's all that on the other side.
Yeah, and then there's also the curious question of what the hell is right here?
People have an idea, but I'm trying to remember what it is.
Is it fire? Because
I think something about Chinyu Vale, I think, being somewhere.
Because we're pretty sure that Sesnaya is to the north, right?
We don't know yet.
And that's just my immediate assumption, I guess.
That middle part, I think somebody said, like, I think people were saying, like, Chinyu Vale is, like, somewhere in that area. But then there's also an expansion of Mondstadt that we haven't gotten.
I'm not sure.
Because we still haven't fucking been to Dormant Port.
This is your base? It's not quite what Paimon
Because after all, one side of Mondstadt was completely blocked off because Klee blew up the fucking mountain.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
Sorry. Blame Paimon.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
You have a Patreon? Or do you have an OnlyFans?
Seems like it's
No
tough
judgment
for
either way.
everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
Let's diversify. Have both.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father, he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No, I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets.
I don't know who that is.
3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up.
This does explain why you're definitely more of the truth over story type of person.
At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Ugh.
3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
This does bring up the interesting question, since your character just brought up, oh no, we're similar because we're looking for family stuff. I'm like, who's your family outside of your brother? I have so many questions about your time before Teyvat that we're never gonna get.
Please, stars who've just been traveling universes.
There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, demoiselle.
But it just kind of begs the question of, like, what have they seen? What have they done?
Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took
We just know
was
they've seen
one
and done a
murder
lot.
case
We don't know
to be
what.
dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
For the drama of it all, Paimon, the drama of it all. It's
No.
a story.
Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Yeah, that one hurts.
Sentence called me out so much, and I hate it. That called me out.
You know what? Knowing you, accurate.
But look, I'm an artist, I'm a writer. You understand why we do it.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Never mind. If Callus was
It's literally the I can fix him versus I can make him worse.
I was thinking about that yesterday. It's like, I can fix him. I can make him worse. I can let him make me worse. Where's that option? Is that an option?
It is an option.
Good, it needs to be.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm starting to see where the issues come from. Uh-oh.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
Not. Yes and no? Like, was she the one who killed him? Technically? But, like, it wasn't her choice?
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice. she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Valid. Incredibly.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Cloran told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me?
Well, probably for the same reason as both of them, because it was someone that he trusted and respected.
All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
You needed someone he could trust both to finish the job and to actually look after you, and this happened to be the same person.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe.
I'm gonna get lost in this music so much.
Huh?
It just has a fucking amazing OST.
Where did the other two go?
Love the jazz, it's so good.
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Because sleep is good for your body and it'll wreck your productivity, at the very least, if you don't.
Imagine sleeping.
You too, get some sleep. God, good for you.
But DLC.
I haven't even started it yet.
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to.
The Royal Court.
And that is the archives kept by Chief
Close
Justice
enough.
Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept.
How recent are we talking for a man like Neuvillette? Like, recent is in the last 5 years, or recent is in the last 100 years?
Like about 500 years?
Okay, so that recent. That's not recent at all.
He says that he cataloged like every case,
Women who went missing recently.
or at least
Should
like
be
most
able
of
to
them.
Find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
I don't think she wants to see him. I think she has reservations. And not the kind at a fancy restaurant.
Finally on the...
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Wait, this place is interesting.
Like whenever.
There are so many books.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters. Huh. This place
I'm gonna listen to that VA for a second.
Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are
About it.
really secure.
Hey,
I know I mentioned it last stream.
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
Don't quite recognize the voice.
It's Debbie Derryberry, who I said last time. That's the voice of Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, okay, hold on.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
I can almost hear it, but it's so different from Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, just because it's a little higher.
Yeah. But there is a little bit of I feel like there's a little bit of a verbal tick in there that I can tell from how certain sounds are made.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to describe it.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
He's rolling on that deception check.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Fucking hitting that nat 20.
Thanks so much.
That doesn't sound real. Don't worry, it is. You know what? I trust you.
Appreciate Sidine in this house.
Monsieur Nevelette's office is over by the side. Lady Farina lives on the top floor. The Maison Gardenage and... Marachasse? Phantom? Talking about Lady Farina. A special entrance that leads to her suite, which isn't accessible from here. If you really want to get there, you can try jumping off the roof. Fortunately, his life didn't wind up in any danger. He's presently hard at work at the fort. Oof.
Understandable.
I feel like that's almost going to be important information in the future. Who knows? Maybe we'll be jumping off roofs.
Please come in.
I mean, there's stuff on the top of this place.
Hello, Monsieur Nevelette. It's us. Do you remember us? Yesterday, there was a whole thing. A person died, and then another person died.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalette. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
Paimon, do you have to go through the game so quickly?
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
You're so understanding.
So you're not mad at us?
Oh, he will be.
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
And then he just stands there, eyes closed, and waves his hand up and down like he's looking through a bunch of scrolls in his mind.
The wild thing, though, you notice is that Nevelette, despite how he looks, seems very hard to actually get him legitimately angry.
He does. He definitely has that. Definitely has that air about him that looks like he should be difficult to deal with.
He looks terrifying, and then you find out he's just not good at talking.
Oh, yo, big mood. Three hours later.
I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
What about the last 20 years?
There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Well, shit. And I feel like that's something we can actually trust.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Sir,
take
what
our
do
leave
you
now.
know about Oceanids?
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
Oof.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die? Despised and hated by all. Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to.
See you later, Copper. Thanks for dropping by. Ow, thank you for the hydrate. Ow, thank you for the posture check.
If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
Me getting hit in the head with a gas can in a chair during this very emotional scene.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice.
Ooh, I mean, from everything I've seen so far, I don't know if she's entirely wrong.
My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Oof. Ugh. That was very emotionally charged. I wasn't ready for that.
Navia, are you okay?
That feels like a bad question.
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
I'm trying to remember from last time. The rain is the sadness of the Hydro Archon when she cries.
Said that the rain. They said that
Oh.
a dragon of water once
You're right. You're right.
rained over Fontaine, and that rain means they're weeping.
Right. Okay. I was like, I thought it wasn't Farina. I was like, that doesn't sound right, but I can't remember who it was. The Dragon of Fontaine. I was like, it's all coming back to me. It's like, right.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Hydro Dragon, Nervalette. I know it's you, motherfucker. I know you're actually crying. You just can't show emotions in your human form for whatever reason.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Hydro Dragon is crying.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Nervalette.
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can turn into
So
water.
you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier?
So, it becomes the question. So, okay, so the person who killed your father's friend was then killed themselves, quote unquote, killed with the primordial seawater?
All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
I feel like this just kind of ruins any chance of finding anything out because this is kind of like, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do?
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do we just need to find anyone who went missing during that time period?
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later? Great. Let's go then.
Oh yeah, look, we're somewhere else.
You wonder why the hell they named this place Poisson. That's just so funny to me.
Doesn't that mean poison or something?
It's just,
Is it?
it's funny to ever, no, it means fish.
Oh, that's right. I always thought that was weird.
Poisson just means fish.
In Fontaine? The city of water?
It's just funny. The city is just called, this place is just called Fish.
Interesting. I just turned into water.
Yeah, that just brings you, it's just an easy way to get out.
Interesting. Oh, wish that existed in other places. That'd be super helpful in me way.
Actually, there's something I want to see while we're here. It's
Yeah.
going to be around in the it's going to be around in the same area, but just keep going like just down this way. Oh well, yeah, it's gonna bring you there anyway, probably.
What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters.
It can be both.
My father was the one who
Why
asked
not?
for it to be built like this.
Oh.
Perhaps our tastes in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common.
Oh wait, so it is just a building that looks like a ship and not a ship that looks like a building. No, wait.
A gigantic
Ship
and
that works as a
glamorous
building.
ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Okay,
where do you want me to go?
So I just want to like look around here a bit, just to kind of. Wait, who's over?
What the
No,
hell
I'm just
kind of
trying
fish
to
is
go-
this?
Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just interested.
I'm just trying to get a look at the NPCs.
The NPCs?
I'm just trying to take a good look at them.
See, now you've got me curious and thinking.
Wait, who? That one of those dudes was named. I wanted to see what his name was.
Time to scout.
This guy?
Oh, Oh, it's an old lady. I couldn't tell. The screen is small.
Oh yeah, Yvette, the engineer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to look at all the. I just wanted to look at the NPCs.
Technical advisor to the Spina de Ursula. I may be old, but my hands and brain still work just fine. Back when I was at a Fontaine Research Institute, I quit on my own. Too hard working with people with my crappy temper. No, that was a smart decision. Otherwise, you might have had to find my bones at the bottom of the sea.
Good point.
Questions, questions, questions.
No, I mean they've talked about that already in places. About how the fucking the original the institute blew up.
I don't think I've seen that yet.
They talked about that a million times.
I don't know if I've got
even NPCs from Fontaine who are in different regions have talked about how the fucking institute got blown sky high.
I feel like you've talked about it, but I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a lot of like listening to dialogue.
Which I do.
And also like
I do
and reading and also reading
say.
stuff. I mean there's also reading some of the stuff.
Right. What the hell are these? Is this kelp?
I don't know. But yeah, okay, we're good now. Just looking at the NPCs. Because I needed to take note of something.
Interesting.
I didn't come down here enough aside from getting like one chest.
We're back.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
We failed. Terrible things.
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Did we do some detective thing? I'm very curious now about this impossible murder thing. You know you can't give me the words impossible murder and not let me personally investigate it. I get interested.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea.
Dude, this will bring you so close to death, you're gonna have a wonderful high. Just don't drink too much of it.
If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely,
it's called mental illness.
Flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extreme.
Again, that's called mental illness.
That's just me and my anxiety.
That's just mental illness. That's just being neurodivergent.
B, Rika, handshake. Or at least we would if we weren't too tired.
As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield.
Good on him. We like
that
guy.
But I think it was like it's basically some equivalent to, it's basically that because they call it, I think it's supposed to be absinthe.
It does kind of invoke that.
Not only that
imagery.
The boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
It even has the same spelling, so.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food.
This Jacques guy, was he the killer? Was it him? Did he
But
disappear
then-
that night?
We heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and
Oh,
found my
no,
father,
Jacques was the one who died.
still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Okay, question. You heard 2 gunshots. How many bullets were missing from the gun?
How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth.
Considering that there was a pile of clothes there, and we've seen that happen multiple times now, gonna make an assumption
On that
there.
note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as you're and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning.
Oh, look, the music got real sad again.
Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
I think she's about to be angry at you for even proposing such a thing.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark.
Well, it's likely because he didn't want you to get involved and get yourself killed, like what happened to him.
What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose.
I mean, this shouldn't really be a shock.
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case.
Oh, cool. And you've been holding on to this information for 3
But
years.
what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
And this is about what I thought. It's like, no, I'm doing things to protect her.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
So he'd still be alive now, but not for much longer.
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
I don't know if she's going to be happy about this, though. Like, she's going to be understanding, but she's like, oh, wait, you've been keeping this very important information about fucking, that could potentially blow this case wide open for 3 years so that I would be safe. Cool. Great.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
Okay, after we get past this part.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where Synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters.
Okay, who's thinking of a raid?
When he
Thinking
was
of a raid.
threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Okay, if I go in with my sword, I can kill everyone. That's the plan, right?
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades.
True. One that clearly has control over some mecha, and also has the primordial seawater, so all you Fontainians stay back. I'll go in alone.
There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war.
Reconnaissance.
The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
What if we talk to Farina and Nervalette directly?
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice.
Like, if we can't trust anyone, we find the only people we can trust.
Things are different now.
Essentially.
It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
Over, I swear to God,
When
don't
I
let it be
announced
you.
orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well.
Doesn't necessarily mean that he's the one, though.
Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too.
Well, unless he means
Marcel,
all 3 of them.
the head of Confrérie of
But
Cabrera.
not one of these 3.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
Interesting. People are getting rich while you guys are still poor. Suspicious.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support.
But not anymore?
It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Okay, don't alert them. So, best way to go about that is beat them over the head until they start talking?
Of
I
course.
think that sounds reasonable.
And thank you, Maloose. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty.
And we appreciate you for it, Maloose.
And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today.
Oh! Wait. Huh. Interesting.
If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Cool, yes, we'll do that and be like, hey, why do you still trust the organization of the man that was declared guilty of killing that guy? And, okay.
Oh, thank you so much, Maloose. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Oh, here we go again. 3 years ago, on a rainy night, banquet goers heard 2 gunshots outside the house. When they reached the scene, Callus had a gun in his hands and Jacques had been shot and slain. How many bullet wounds did he have? How many bullets were missing from the gun? I have many questions. There was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped, and Callus was thus adjudged to have been the culprit. These are the immediate questions you have to ask.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
And doing it with
Excuse
such
me, miss.
expediency.
Do you need anything from us?
Hi, I would like to bring up something painful from your past that the girl might not even remember because she looks really young. I don't think she likes him.
Oh,
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
They've been in our care for the past 3 years and we just haven't fucking told you, or...
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
I have a feeling the little girl doesn't see it the same way.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
Yep, nope, shit, this is not gonna be a good conversation.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
Some tells me the girl still blames your dad.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just gonna think that you're just trying to absolve your own guilt.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man.
Life is
right?
more complicated than good and bad, and it's not that simple as a good deed and a bad deed makes you one or the other.
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Good people do bad things, bad people do good things, everyone's a little bit of both.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons.
Or it was that he made a mistake, or a lapse of judgment.
Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Are we talking about the girl, or are we talking about you now?
Oh,
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, Your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Believes he had struggled greatly with the order to kill Callus. Did Callus act in self-defense, or was there more to the incident?
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Ooh, 10,000 Mora. I don't know who I stole that from. I hope they didn't need it.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
Alright, hi. Don't worry, Florent. We're only here for one question and one question only. Are you a traitorous bastard? Yes or no?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table.
I have a feeling this is going to be a situation of take the different stories that we've heard and try to piece it together and to feel like, hey, what's inconsistent here?
After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person.
Or taken away the gun of his assailant.
About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person
Or
there
pulled
who
a
was turned
fucking
into water?
Miles Edgeworth and picked up the gun that was shot afterwards because brain foggy after that.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
It might fuck you up mentally to see something like that.
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss.
Alright, we got some new information out of that, but not enough to say, hey, are you the baddie?
And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today, no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most, and he'll always be my boss.
Glad to hear that, I think, up until we find out you might be, you know, evil, in which case, fuck you, but until then, yay, thank you, I think.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Claimed that he was very grateful to Callus for his kindness. Also present at the banquet on the day the case and provide evidence that Callus did not carry a gun with him when he went out. Oh my god. Oh, this city. They're like, we can find the other people in the city. It's like, I thought you meant the city we were already in. Hello, guard person.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Yeah, someone died. Well, 2 people died. It was
Oh,
fun.
So you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay.
Good times happen.
Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson.
Okay, look, this is slightly suspicious. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm docking you some points. I'm gonna be real. On a score of 1 to 100, you're dropping a bit.
Callus did
Bring
a
me back up.
fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rasula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way.
Like, under normal circumstances, this would all be fine, but considering who we're looking for...
It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these 2 friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These 2 are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it.
Inside check! Alright, I rolled an 11.
If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own.
Okay, cool. Good. You're just making yourself... Okay, look. I'm docking you some more points here, my dude.
Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Or does.
What was up?
Said I was inactive, so moved me to an inactive chat or something. That's a new thing this one.
Oh, yeah, that was... Yeah, and the new thing, that's, it'll send you there if you're quiet too long.
I dissociated for like a bit.
No,
I was
fine.
gone.
I was saying I don't trust this guy immediately. Which is either a red herring or it says that he's acting a bit sussy.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you, hypothetically, wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and...
Navia, I feel like this is a little bit too direct. Backpedal a little bit, girl.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching
Good, she
mecha
made it seem
is
like a
very
joke.
different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage.
You have very low-level control.
If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex.
Okay.
Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret.
Almost. You use the word almost. A very important word there.
So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Okay, so are we thinking the merchant person that we're gonna go see next? Also a little bit sussy?
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
I wouldn't have said that.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you for the vote of confidence, now.
She still sounds like she's joking around. She's actually doing a better job than I was worried for a second.
Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Yep, definitely. Definitely won't be asking the higher ranking champion duelist. He only sufficiently rich can privately own large number of Garda marks. Alright, well then we've got one more person to investigate. Like, I was very suspicious of you. For a moment, I still kind of am. You're not off the hook.
Boy's here. He did nothing wrong.
Here's the thing, I don't know if I can trust you on that just yet. Oh my god, it's Fanta.
You can buy it at basically almost every goddamn store in Fontaine.
A specialty drink created by the Fontaine Research Institute. It is well received by locals. It has the health symbol, but it doesn't say it does anything.
It doesn't.
Fermented juice. It's often used as a marinade. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of these because I might want them later. Fine.
They're all ingredients or stuff. There's a bunch of new. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of recipes you haven't gotten.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've just entered Fontaine. This is only Act 2.
No, I mean even from other nations.
Fair enough. I haven't done all the quests and everything.
I mean, some are for quests. You just go into a place and buy them.
Oh no, I do that. That I've done.
Hello, how may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say no.
Have you done it with the updates though?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Sure, I will let him know right away.
If more stuff was added in recent updates, then maybe not.
Dishes basically get added, like, especially if they haven't been around, like when certain new characters are out.
Giving out a bit.
Hello, sir. Are you... I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked the other two. Are you the bastard?
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too,
Was
right?
he there?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
He was there. Okay. Okay.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
If I were to show up, would they share some of that wine with me?
Oh,
Is it good wine?
Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Paimon, I think you're the talk of everyone that sees you. You're pretty unique.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Okay, the fact... Does that help you or hurt you in this situation?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
You're looking a little angry there, Marcel.
We were attacked on Aranius by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Vigilance and pure dumb fucking luck.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past.
But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Hey, question, Mr. Rich and Powerful. Do you have a bunch of, like, your own personal guard mechs?
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Hold on. He said A. He said A. He didn't say 2. Everyone said 2. Everyone we've talked to has said 2 gunshots.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
I mean, at the same time, memory is very fallible.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora.
Ah, yes. Can I have a few million Mora? I have some characters I need to upgrade.
All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Organizer of the banquet, the Confrérie and the Spina de Rosula has always maintained a close working relationship. Though his recollection of the events of the case is foggy, he's willing to defend. I feel like we did not learn as much as I hoped that we would. Once again, I have to wonder if the people of the city are used to watching someone climb up walls like that.
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
But what if it's all 3 of them? Like, that's kind of more what I'm afraid of.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with a gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Or his family's safety?
Oh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So he would let himself get killed?
It's a lose-lose situation.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. There's no getting out of this, but this, in that regard, this might have been the best outcome. As dark and depressing as it is,
Sadly.
his own death protected his family, because they had no reason to go after them anymore.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory.
Okay.
Besides, Jacques, the attack from the garden...
See, this time I wasn't even gonna say it.
No, I know. It's like, despite the fact that I don't watch that channel, I've seen it very few times. It's such a meme at this point. That it's just
I watch it constantly, so I can't say shit.
Let's say, for me, it's just a meme that's ingrained in my internet-based brain.
It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial sea.
I enjoy it. It's just a lot of it's just stupid fun.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow
And some people take it too seriously?
Yeah.
Everything that's happened since.
It's almost like it's called game theory.
And also, well, it's also like, I imagine he does it like, just because it's fun and silly, not necessarily because like
Yeah, it's just because it's fun to do the research. It's fun to just kind of go into things. It's
it
just
also
basically taking apart media you enjoy.
But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardenex?
Marcel.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques.
If you keep asking questions, I'm just gonna say multiple people, and we're gonna say that all three of them are guilty.
And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardemex. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Want you to go through everybody just to kind of recap thoughts.
Fair enough.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his
It's like
dealings
pressing
with Jacques.
for further information in every single sentence that someone says in a trial, and he's attorney. It's like, give me all of your
Basically.
information.
Yeah, that's basically all that's going on.
But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
Okay, the way she's talking is definitely leading my brain to go, it's all three of them. They had to work together.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardemex for personal use.
But also, if they have an entire organization backing them, they don't necessarily need to do everything themselves.
But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory.
Alright, fair.
If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Who could it be?
Which of the suspects was most likely to have committed the crime?
Yeah, now they're telling you choose now that you've been over everything.
Okay, yeah, it's just one of these three people. So it's the advisor, claimed that he's very grateful, he's also present at the banquet. Was responsible for official contact. Only sufficiently rich can privately own large... I mean, if I have to pick between the three of them, I have to go with Marcel. He's the only one who has the money. But also, like, they keep talking about why would he spend so much money and effort on fighting himself? It's like, well, because in the grand scheme of things, war is profitable.
Equate it to, like, a company creating a problem, selling that, and then selling the solution to said problem that they created.
Exactly. It's really not that crazy.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
It's like, it's super easy for him to make money on everyone around him.
And you know,
even if it seems like he's spending it.
They went through all this stuff, and all that stuff was not why I pinned it on him. My mind was so stuck on the one gunshot thing that I was like,
exactly.
It's definitely him.
That was the other thing my brain went, because he said he only heard one gunshot. I'm like, I know memories are fallible, but this is also a video game.
It's more because every time people talk about a gunshot, there's always something about somebody being wrong about the number of gunshots, and it always being brought up.
In every game, in every story.
This same shit happened in Ace Attorney!
It did. I'm trying to remember... Oh, that Christmas Eve!
Yeah, that's why the entire time I was doing this thing, I was like... It's like, almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas.
Oh, classic. I love every year on Christmas Eve seeing that post with that in its multiple formats.
It's so good.
Ace Attorney. Good shit.
My two favorite Christmas posts are always almost Christmas means it means it wasn't Christmas, and oh shit, what was the other one? It was like it's Christmas Eve, and we're in Tartarus.
I don't think I've
I
heard
don't
that
know
one.
why that gets me every. It's in P3P. It's just like it's
Oh,
Christmas
okay,
Eve,
that one.
and
Yeah.
we're in Tartarus.
I'm about to say the other one I always remember is the cat with the Christmas tree on its tail, and please, it's Christmas. It's December 12th or whatever, whatever day it was, December 10th maybe.
Malus has always
But
been
definitely
very reliable,
the Phoenix Wright one.
and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well.
And it's funny though. It's at this point your brain just kind of goes from community. Yeah, from community. It's like you're saying you only heard one gunshot, and that might technically be true because you fired the other shot. It was you, you lying little son of a bitch.
The suspect is knowledgeable.
Oh, there was 2 gunshots that got fired that night. I'm like, they say it so many times that the second somebody says something that is not 2 gunshots, I'm like, something ain't right.
Mm-hmm. And well, that also tends to mean in one of two directions. Either that person is wrong, or everyone else was wrong for some other reason.
Yeah, basically, just regardless of being some ain't right.
Right, because that's what I was like. What is my brain is tickling something, and it's so the Phoenix Wright Christmas Eve thing because it wasn't 2 gunshots. Everyone said 2 gunshots. It was not 2 gunshots. Right, because one of them was a firework, right?
It was 2 gunshots and it was the helium tank?
Right, something exploded, but regardless,
From the helium tank from the Steel Samurai balloon.
Right, yes. God, it's been a while since I played the original 3.
Yeah, because I remember the whole thing started with them talking about, said, oh, is there some kind of Loch Ness monster? And the lady said, no, it's a
That's
fucking
right.
balloon.
I still love and also on Christmas Day, Merry Christmas with the gun pointed at the camera.
Merry Christmas. It's so good. It sucks because it's sad because somebody died and somebody got accused for murder. But it's funny in hindsight.
I mean, too, that's Ace Attorney in a nutshell. Is shit, people are dying all over the place, but also it's pretty funny.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky, but we don't have any other options right now.
Especially when you give the characters funny voices.
We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Hello, sir, that we are no longer suspecting, but also you're still on a suspect list.
I believe you. Huh? But my tummy gun don't.
Bybee said scared the crap out of me for a second. Thank you.
Confused for a second.
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
Man, that's probably like the 10th one today.
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Tartaglia. Why does that name sound familiar? Right, Zhongli's sugar daddy.
What?
Let's go help him.
Is that someone you know?
Fine.
We still have his vision.
Oh, we do have his vision. I forgot about that. A lot's happened.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Yes and no. It's not that absurd. But also... Fuck it, let's be lawyers.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Up until the next disappearance happens and everyone goes, ah shit, we fucked up.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence. Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You go to Arenaeus while I'll go investigate that place. I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Just as expected of my partner.
I'm on, you're coming with me.
This is a trial about the serial disappearances case. The culprit's attention will be focused on Arenaeus.
Oh, okay, never mind. We won't be lawyers. We're gonna be vigilantes. Fuck it, let's be Batman.
Right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Don't worry, I promise not to get distracted.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
Please do not take that promise to heart.
I'm ready.
I mean, it's very railroaded. If you could get distracted, I would have. I almost got distracted.
When did you two get here?
I'm just so used to my brain just being like, all right, on the way there, we're gonna do this and this and this and this and this, and then we're gonna leave it for
basically. Because like when they told you like where to go, I was going there. Literally saw a Hydroculus and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go get that, and then I got stuck in the cutscene for like the next hour.
It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Arenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Alright, we concluded there's only one person, blah blah blah. This person none other than Marcel. Yay! We figured it out. Potentially, maybe allegedly.
Now that Navia has set out for Arenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Yeah, they kind of popped me down right next to it, which I'm okay with. Find the entrance to the headquarters.
According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Oh, this could be my first time underwater. Yo, cool. Can we fight?
Glowing things you have. Yeah, it's telling you right there.
Wait. Absorb.
It's the blue ones, the glowy ones.
These strange clusters of transoceanic source water will appear beside you, allowing you to unleash power. When attacking special aberrants, their power can be absorbed for a certain period. Okay, so...
Yeah, like that one. And then you use the... Yeah. Oh, you use the... It shows you, R2.
Oh, it's like using a bow. Oh, wait.
It's like you absorb and then use it. The thing, it's the green one that's attacking you.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out...
the blue ones, those are just the... Those are just the... I mean, that one specifically is very straightforward.
I was more just, like, trying to figure out it, like, I was thinking like a bow where I use this to aim and then I fire. But no,
you can do that. You can do that. You can do that.
But it's not letting me right now. I can't fire anything. I have to...
Oh, what's L2? I mean, R2?
Not while I'm like this. I have to do it outside.
I do that all the time. What do you... What?
But, I mean, look, the button's grayed out. It won't let me. I'm pressing the button.
No, you let go.
There, but I didn't see... Yeah. And then just shoots out that, which didn't do any damage.
That's weird, because it should let you do it.
Uh-uh.
Because I do it all the time. Like, try it in battle. Try it against those...
Yeah, it's not letting me shoot at the moment.
Yeah, because the thing says R2. I don't know why it's not letting you do that. Let me get in my game. Let me see.
So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of
Because there are puzzles that make you have to aim to be able to use that.
Maybe it's something that we'll just get later.
Navia's probably arguing up a storm
Do not fail me again.
Bye, Beast. I'm sorry. I promise not to fail you. I'll do my best. We figured it out, don't worry.
Repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their
Child,
name.
please.
Is that right?
Child, please.
Ah,
In which
there he
case,
is.
as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right?
Okay, look. This is something that he's wanted since we first talked to him here in Fontaine, so this does not surprise me.
I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Your Honor, pay no mind. My client is an idiot.
He does not speak for himself. Let me knock on his head. You see how sound how hollow that is? You got nothing going on up there. Don't let him speak.
Hey, don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Clearly, you've never met this man. This man lives to fight. He gets horny for the fight.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind
Went underwater in the same spot. I'm aiming and doing it. Huh.
Not a clue.
No. That's not what I
Need to collect these drops anyway.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly. We have made very little progress.
How long do they think they've been going around in circles here? Do you think it was like the 5th time they've had this conversation?
In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
I love that because of the drama of it all, this is something that she just does.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
Hey, she was right last time, motherfucker.
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the 2nd time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness.
Ooh, that's a good point.
But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Yeah, give me a slap on the wrist later.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics?
I don't know if antagonizing the Chief Justice is the way to go about it, but I approve.
We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh. A young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted.
If he's been arrested, shouldn't he just be like... why... in the odd... Okay.
Now then, Miss Navia. Who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Oh, I thought wait. Okay, sure. I would like to judge Jacques' family. They did it. It's them. No. It's this guy. It's the old rich motherfucker.
Of Cabriere.
Surprise, surprise. It's the capitalist.
Huh? What confrery? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Why did you say that?
that NPC called me out so hard, and I'm like, you know what? I can't even say anything about it. They're right.
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
Thank you, Beast. We're learning quite a lot about the court system. Apparently, you can just, have a trial in 5 minutes if you just say, "J'accuse!" And then all of a sudden, hey, look at that. There's a whole ass trial going on. And also, if anyone were to look at the chat for a second, there's a new link there. Very interesting link. And that's all I'm going to say about it. The timing was off, but it still worked.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
This seems like not getting an attorney, no matter what, seems like a bad idea.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun.
A gun. 2 guns.
If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
Are we going to go through this again, or are we going to start investigating?
In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Are we going to listen to the story again? Oh, no. Oh.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards'
Thing that came
investigation
out of
didn't
this
uncover any
trial
other firearms
that
on the
everybody
scene.
fucking
As a
learned.
result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life.
What did we learn?
Go to the next thing.
The suspect did not dispute this.
Is that Navia's dad was hot.
Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel.
Damn, he daddy. And he's got an eye patch for some reason, but you know what? This makes it hotter.
Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene.
Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Okay, yeah. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect holding a gun. Moreover, details of the case point towards the possible existence of a third person, so... 2 gunshots. Investigation of Callus, who had a motive to kill, murdered Jock for his betrayal. I don't think that's true, but I don't know if we have the information for that just yet. Oh. First shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. Oh, here we go. The unknown person? Trying to figure out what's the correct thing to go where. Okay, no, that's why I was thinking. There it is.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
That middle part... Okay, whatever. It was about the water.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version
Hi, Maya.
of
Thank you for the
events.
hydrate. Hi, Maya. Thank you for the posture check. How you doing? Welcome to more lawyer work. AKA Genshin Impact of all things.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
I think it's been in use for like 20 years.
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
That's been screwy all day, I know that feeling. Hopefully it fixes for you soon.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Technically true.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Give me like 10 seconds.
If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him.
AKA you, AKA his daughter. And also, who the fuck was gonna believe him if he said, a person dissolved to water in front of my eyes? And I'd be like, oh, this guy's fucking nutso. What the fuck?
The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice.
I saw a man dissolve into water. Everyone else, dude, are you fucking high?
What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist.
He makes a valid argument there. 100% a bit of this whole organization exists because you guys are fucking incompetent.
But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
He was sick and dying already?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
Oh, that's right. Also that. The hot one knew. God, those buttons really are hanging on for dear life.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake.
She is just one stretch away from those buttons just becoming deadly projectiles.
But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
Anyone standing in front of her, she does a light back stretch and just boom, button to the eye.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
The clothes. The primordial water. The fact that synth is the primordial water.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
That's right. And Marcel even specifically said he ran out after hearing 1 gunshot. Which means he was ready for the second one to happen. The moment he heard that second gunshot go off, he was like, "Oh, and kill the assassin." And we're moving on.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous.
No, we're not done yet.
I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
Did you just fucking call her a child? My dude, you're trying to get rid of suspicion on yourself, not pile it on more.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
How? The camera's pretty damn new.
It can be done.
But it can't
either
be
with
done?
people or you will see more of them when you go into the fortress. There are cameras all over Fontaine.
But
there's a camera system all over Fontaine.
But aren't the cameras like a new invention?
The photo cam. This one's like a monitoring device. You can actually find like there are puzzles involving them like all over Fontaine.
That's really funny to me that video cameras for security were invented before a photographic camera.
I know that even with that,
the camera isn't like super new, but though I'm pretty sure these like came after. Still, it was something the institute was working on, if I remember right.
Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter?
Okay, you could have said niece. You're appealing to emotions, but you're kind of laying it on a little bit thick, my dude.
But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain.
That's because the disappearances... Now that I think about it, I've been thinking about what the disappearances are. What was the purpose behind them? And if the answer is a testing synth, and what dosage is perfect, and how much is too much, how much is too little... kidnapping people and using them for your test subjects you stand a lot, make a lot of money. A lot of money. Money.
In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade.
You're not a Fontainian.
My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
You're immune to the effects of the water.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
You could just be part of it later. But also...
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
Again, there's an organization behind him. It doesn't mean he's alone.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now?
Ooh, please don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna piss her off.
He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you
I sure hope that we, as the main character, are doing something during all this.
Headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. While that same agency has long been taken from them, the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice.
That's also another option, is that they were never kidnapped. It's also entirely possible that it really was just overdose of synth, and they obviously would disappear as a result. You know? So it's not even necessarily that anyone was kidnapped. It's possible that no one was ever kidnapped. They just overdosed, which is dark and depressing.
Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Ooh, that's right. We have a name. Hold on. Good. Excuse me. Ah, something went down the wrong pipe. I didn't
It do
sneeze,
be
I was
like that.
dying. I was choking on air. That doesn't happen often.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Inside check. A fucking nat 20, you lying bastard.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Maya, I apologize for your 5. A little while earlier. I should probably heal real fast. There we go. Oh wait, no, I can just... Oh no, I can't. I was like, I can just go Cookie and turn on my healing abilities. Nope.
They. I was going to say they do have healing things underwater, but you're not on in a part right now where you can do it.
Fine, we made it here. Door of Resurrection. Oh, party setup? Now this is good. I like this team. That's good. I still have a lot of work to do. But I like this team.
I'll rebuild Cookie at some point. I have not used her in a while.
God, I have so much work to do.
That's
You and me need to just go
the
on a
thing.
fucking tear. Maybe you'll do that after stream.
Yeah, if you need to, I can open my game back up, and then after I'm gonna go take a nap.
Well, you'll take a nap first, and then we'll play later. Fine.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I actually need to wake myself up because I gotta stop. I keep just telling myself I need to stop sleeping in the middle of the day.
That's fair.
Because I ate before stream, and I'm pretty sure that's what's making me tired. It's the food coma.
Food coma. It's always so fun. Now what does this do? You're spinny.
The floor is going up.
Yes, it's called an elevator.
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Also, well, I guess... Let's be like, I'd expected a lot more guards here, but we also did just take down a couple of mecha, so... You know. Door of Resurrection.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
What if we have to raise the water level? That's how these puzzles normally go. Excuse me, I need to absorb. Thank you. Wait, this is a different ability. Hello?
That you can give you a shield. It basically tap it to give you a shield, or if you hold onto it and something hits you, it's basically a counter.
Oh, so different creatures will
yeah,
get different
different-
powers. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's cool, because
It's
now I can
there's
'cause
the
now I'm aiming.
it's like there's the ray, there's this crab, there's the jellyfish, there's the ball octopus, there's
That's
there's one of the,
cool.
there's the blubber beast. There's like 5 or 6 of them.
But see, now I'm able to do the aim and fire because I have that specific ability. Where the stingray.
You should be able to aim with a stinger because I went underwater and was doing it.
Interesting.
So
also,
I don't know what's going on with your thing.
Also, I fucking called it. Raise the water level. Is anyone shocked? No, don't be, because I said that this would happen.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Look, the place
it's not
is
really relevant.
Maya,
it's not really relevant, but there is a fun thing you could do with Fontaine characters and the Traveler when you're in the water.
I can't change at the moment because I'm in the middle of a domain. I mean, I can always figure that out later.
You can do it. You can do it when like you can do it whenever. It's just a very very silly thing. It just makes traversing in the water fun.
Are you happy that I'm using your boy Bennett? Does it make you smile?
To be fair, I had not used Bennett until recently.
Oh.
I did not start using Bennett until Fontaine. I only built him for Linny. That's about it. I did not use him for anything else.
You're finally useful to me, you said when Linny appeared.
Like, I had teams that were fine without him. I didn't really need him, but I didn't feel like putting him in a slot where I could use somebody else.
That's fair.
But now that I needed a bit more mono pyro, and now that I'm doing Risley Melt, Bennett's really helpful there.
I condemn you.
Bennett's just there for, like, buffs and pray that he heals me enough to keep things in check.
I love the posing characters do when they finish a combo. Like that one is like that's so unnecessary, Eula, but it looks really good.
Like at this point, my favorites are just definitely Farina's. Hers are so fucking cute.
Well, especially like for whatever reason, that one's good. Where's the one I just had? The one where she just holds it behind her back. Whatever.
I think is it a 2-string? I think it's a 2-attack string.
I just don't know when.
No, I said do 2 normal. Okay. Oh, then do 3 normal.
No, whatever.
So do 3 just do 3 normal, because it's usually after. Oh, I think she was about to do it and you moved.
Oh.
Oh, never mind. Then it may be just a regular normal combo, just her normal 4 combo.
Oh, I know, there it was. Come on, I just saw you do it.
Just do 4 normal attacks.
There it is, that one. Whatever. Fuck.
Yeah, it's just after certain normal attacks they do it.
I know, it's just like I thought it was less than that, but nope.
No, yeah, it's very dependent. Certain ones have certain like poses.
Okay.
Farina's after her charge is one of my favorites. It's like she, because her charge attack is special. Like after she does it, it's like she kicks her leg up and like twirls the sword. It's so cute. And then the end of her normal string, it's like she, because her last attack is that she sits on a bubble and swings around, and then she gets up and bows.
Yeah, no, that tracks for her.
It's so fucking cute.
This place is very interesting. Fontaine is so much more advanced mechanically than everywhere else.
Stand with me.
Order guide you.
Beg for mercy. Freeze to the
yeah, these machine enemies have mechanics, but sometimes you can just brute force them without them.
Like how I'm doing right now. Because I don't have the thing for their mechanics at the moment.
Yeah, it's literally it's basically just an incentive to pull for Fontaine characters.
Which I have several. But they're just not
And
built.
it's also it's both having them but also having the right alignment. Because if you look on that, like if you look at that dog specifically, you see how he's got a purple thing on there?
Yeah.
You have to have someone with you have to have someone with the opposite alignment to basically hit it. Which I think Nivula has the right one. Has the right one for it, yeah.
I'm looking for it.
It's skill.
Okay, yeah, it's Numa aligned is what he
Yeah,
has.
and the purple is Usia.
Okay. I'm gonna forget that, but it's good to know.
A lot of characters are Numa, so it's very easy to deal with those. There aren't too many Usia characters.
That doesn't mean there also aren't a whole lot of Numa enemies?
No, there's still quite a bit.
Alright, so...
I mean, you can still brute force them. It just makes it a little bit easier because you hit them with the opposite alignment, you stun them.
Oh, okay.
And you just have a lot of time to attack, especially because there's a certain one. They move around a lot.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
There's a name, too.
Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute
Never mind, they were kidnapped. I was wrong. Remember earlier when I said they overdosed? No, they were kidnapped.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought
Fine,
here?
this is okay. Everything's alright. There's nothing to worry about.
They were turned into water. And all the boxes of things.
I mean, to be fair, this is tame. Remember, Lenny said Lynette was trafficked as a kid.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Fair enough. The names must have something to do with the victims. Proof that this was their final stop. Look at all these bottles. Is it synth?
There's so much synth here. And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea. Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled.
To be fair, this is the kind of thing that you have to be very careful when handling. One wrong move and the person mixing it is dead. So...
There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Or you sell something that's way too strong.
Yep, it's super obvious.
It gives the drinker a very pleasant experience for a short time, but side effects are equally strong. The producer uses these several... blah, blah, blah. Earn a profit. Money! Okay. Is there any stationery with his name?
Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea.
Gob!
And use his theory as a foundation.
I forgot he was talked about here. I forgot they talked about here. Fucking Jacob.
Will manage to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
To be fair, now that I think about it, if Jacob knew that stuff was like this going on, he'd probably actually be pissed.
Okay, that's disturbing. Oh, Paimon, no, it's okay.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before.
Yeah, no, that's pretty distressing. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of really fucked up.
How can someone write something that terrible
Get
in
rid
such a
Fontaine.
matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover. A woman called Veneer who was wait. Wait. I wonder if the Oceanid that we met, I wonder what her name is. What if... I got it. I figured it out.
Just go
no,
on.
I figured it out. No, I have to get my theory first, and then we can go. Marcel is Vache.
Just keep going.
Marcel is Vache. He's not from Snezhnaya. He's lying. It's all falsified documents. He's a Fontainian. His girlfriend, or his lover, Venier, or however you pronounce that, she's the first Oceanid. He's been trying to save her, but boy, ooh, God, is he fucked up in the worst of ways.
So that's why he did all of these experiments.
It's him? That's why he was surprised to hear the name, because it's his name. That's why all the records are gone. He's erased every trace of his own existence.
Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here. Vache.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances.
No. He's the researcher. That was before the serial disappearances. That's why he never came forward.
Because all of your questions were gonna be answered in like 2 sentences.
Yes, but I like giving my theories. It's more fun to be proven right. I like being right. It happens so rarely. He signed off a bunch of the experiment reports. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably Venier.
So that's it. Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and...
Possibly. It could have been an accident. I don't know that for sure.
No, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water? In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Thank you, Paimon. My handwriting is atrocious. Experiment number 16 aims to... Okay. Cool. Fun. Great. I get it. I'm understanding. Is that the primordials? Oh, we'll get to that in a second.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia.
Hey, there are multiple people involved. Good to know.
Seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so evil. Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
We have a camera. Let's take pictures. Is this...
At almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But...
Who really is this Vache?
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever. But not clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
something that we're missing. Oh, well, look, here's that thing you were talking about earlier. Anyways. Wait, didn't we already do this? Yeah. Something here about his true identity.
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure.
After some time...
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see.
We found a journal.
Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
This is kind of a fucked up thing to say, but take a look at this page. She made a list of baby names. Let me take a wild fucking guess the name Marcel is there. Oh, nope, wait, what does that say? Or whatever his first name is. I can't read that.
So many.
It is Tibet language.
I know. I was like, oh.
But they're all crossed out.
Which I think can be translated sort of.
My
Probably
friends
not.
are my power.
Thank you, Monica.
How's it-
Hello, how are you doing?
Because I know at least one phrase that's around that's translated. That's like in the fortress, and that's about it.
Marcel.
Called it! Who fucking called it? I fucking called it. I can logic things out every now and then. I'm good at that.
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
Yes, Paimon, that's exactly what this is. Congratulations, you cracked the code. Let's go.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
I'll fill you in when we get there.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Meanwhile, back in the courthouse.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
Oh, Navia's got a great outfit.
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
Oh, at least 2 more times.
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
You say you've never heard of Vache. However...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this?
Thank you for admitting it. Thank you admitting to the murder of like 20-something people. Minimum 24, possibly more.
Pay attention.
No, minimum 27.
What for?
6?
Have you ever paid attention to me? ever empathized with my pain? Ever
26.
known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes?
I mean, no, but you killed 24 women, an assassin, Jacques, and technically you were the one who killed Callus, so yeah, 27 people minimum.
No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter.
27
at
that we
all.
know of, exactly.
Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow.
You'll follow with a bunch of corpses in your wake. Why didn't you just walk in after her?
But I'm not from this blasted place.
Oh.
So I can't be dissolved.
Really can't go where she is.
Oh. Oh, he is Nanayan. I guess that would be a little bit harder to fake.
He did some horrible shit, but you think about it, it's like, grief is one hell of a drug.
I can't dissolve. Can't dissolve. Can't dissolve.
And then you think about the fact that he's probably done that drunk that stuff multiple times.
That's disturbing and fucked up.
He's a horrible person, but grief is one hell of a grief is one hell of a drug.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Especially like, hey, I watched the love of my life dissolve in front of my eyes, and then they proceed to laugh at you and say, "Oh, you're just making shit up."
Yeah, no, I understand that. He's also killed.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's something to think about when you see both sides. He's a horrible ass person, but I understand the grief, and he's not wrong about the court system kind of being a sham.
I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
I'm surprised at this point he doesn't just... No, you know what? I'm not going to say it. We're just going to
Don't
move
touch
on.
me. Don't anybody come near me. I still need to save Vignier. I promise. We made a promise.
Also, doesn't he still have the primordial water with him? We should probably be careful.
Vignier, please, Vignier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
He told me to tell you to get the fuck over it.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
You're welcome for solving a 20-year-old case for you. Where's my reward?
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the
that
course of
like
his
this is
research,
not the first time,
Vacher
but when I
discovered that a
first
diluted
went through this
concoction of water
quest
from the primordial
myself,
sea
I
can
just had
reduce
so
feelings
many
of
Full Metal
euphoric
Alchemist flashbacks and how many ways this could go wrong if she did get brought back.
Oh, big brother? Yeah. No. A lot of pain in that memory. So much.
However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rasula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rasula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president, Callus, at a banquet.
Thank you, Bybeast, for opening the wound further. It's fun.
Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
I find it very interesting that his recounting of events is so... It really is like the end of a play. Like that moment, you know, when the narrator comes on screen to kind of recap everything that happens.
Yeah, I was like, it's weird to think this all happened because a girl stole a fucking ticket.
Oh, absolutely. That's the best part, is like, this was all kind of thanks to one little coincidence.
Yeah, just one little coincidence happened.
Now, it's possible we might still have gotten here without that, but it would have been a lot more difficult. I love that only 3 people are clapping.
The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
Do we need that? Is
Say
that
the
important?
full name! Say the meme! Also, they said the Oratrice is the final is the final verdict.
I know, but like... Ooh, it's a 5-star.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr.
There
Vacher
it is.
is...
I can't take this game seriously anymore because of freaking TikTok and that fucking meme.
I still haven't seen the meme in use. You need to send me something.
It's literally, it got so big, it breached into, like, normie territory.
I know that, but I still haven't seen any of it.
I only knew about it because somebody had posted a TikTok, and I had looked at it, and the person was talking about it, it's like, I don't know anything about Genshin Impact, this has just been a thing that's been going on. I'm like, damn, it's gotten that far?
If you do find something, post it in the Discord.
Okay.
You know, the new Discord. One that if you...
It's your channel, you are allowed to shill.
I know, but
shamelessly.
It feels weird to shill. I don't like shilling.
Shill shamelessly!
Shill! We have a Discord now. We have our own Discord. Small little place to hang out, share things, get pings, and all that. Type an exclamation point Discord if you want, or use the link a little bit higher up. Thank you. There, are you happy?
Yes.
I'm not good at shilling.
I'm not either, but sometimes you just
myself. I'm good at shilling
sometimes you just gotta do it.
It's very easy for me to show other people. It's difficult to show my own things.
I'm bad at it too, but sometimes you gotta do it.
Good. It's what he deserves.
Yeah, if you all would like to go ahead and click that link, y'all could join in. Accept the rule, like read the rules, accept them, start posting in this little space for us. It's our own little corner of the internet. I was so nervous, like, making it, like, I was thinking about this for a long time. About whether or not to make one. And eventually I was like, fuck it, why not? Let's do it. You know?
Fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we ballin'.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
The serial disappearance cases are over, but there's still 3 more acts after this?
We really just witnessed history. have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves! Huh?
I expected this to be... I expected the serial disappearances to be the rest of the Fontaine.
Oh, absolutely not.
I know, that didn't happen.
Absolutely not.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely
Because
right.
remember, we still got the whole Primordial Sea to deal with, and the prophecy.
That's true. We do have the prophecy. The serial disappearances was literally just a way to introduce the Primordial Sea.
Yep.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys.
And we do have
my
to...
partner.
We still need Farina to get her Gnosis stolen and or taken and or bought.
See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Are we not going to publicly announce that, hey, this also... I guess we technically, that was part of it. We did prove that Callus was wrongly arrested.
Hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama?
Basically proves it.
The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
I don't like the way you said that.
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to.
Wait, no, hold on.
If you'll excuse me...
Child, I have a question. Come back here for a moment. Why you? Why did they go after you? That hasn't been answered. Like, why did they pin this on you?
Please wait just one moment.
We got 3 acts.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, that's right. It was trialception.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage?
To be fair, now that I think about it, it's not done because we know that the organization was more than one person.
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right.
But-
It sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do
Vacher
is
was at the helm of it.
right?
He was at the helm.
Let's just get this
but
over with.
who else was involved?
Through evidence...
They'll find out. It's not really important now.
Oh,
It has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
The way Ray says it just flows where I understand why it became a meme.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale,
I can't hear it. It just kind of have that
is
up and down inflection to it.
guilty.
Oh, what? Wait, what? Hello?
Hey! It's not funny. Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
I mean, you're not wrong, but also that feels like a little bit rude.
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty
I love that I can hear in his voice that he's like, wait, what the fuck is happening? And he's super confused.
Guards, please take the suspect.
Fantastic VA.
Protocol.
It's like, it still keeps just enough monotone to be like professional and serious, but a little bit hint of, I mean, this is the way this is supposed to be, so I guess this is what's happening. Oh shit. Dude, you don't have your vision.
He said he has his delusion.
This is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules.
Ah, shit.
Well, I've got mine too!
Oh, the music though. Uh-oh. Oh, I love the organ.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
I love how much of a meme that became, just Child getting one-tapped.
Oh,
He's so fucking funny.
But he got something on Nervalet. Oh my god, yeah. The fact that he just fucking one-shot the Foul Legacy. Which is something that we can't even do, even though we kick his ass every week.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Then we have no choice but to ask the Archon herself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it!
Farina, the thing literally draws on your power specifically.
I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
Oh, the mask is slipping so hard, and I kind of feel bad for her.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Ooh.
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
Uh-oh. Their entire culture is being called into question. Everything that they've staked all their laws on in the past 500 years.
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap?
What are the odds? I don't know why I'm asking you this. You might know the answer. That the Oratrice was actually made by her predecessor, and she just inherited it. She has no idea how the fuck this thing works.
I know all the answers. I just can't say anything.
Yep, I'm well aware, but I'm putting out theories. I'm putting out my own theories. Because this is not the
That's
first
why I've been
time.
waiting.
Yeah, this is not the first time that we've had like, oh, this is a predecessor's thing that we don't fully understand, but we have to pretend that we do because we're the Archon.
Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
Were you not?
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
Look, keep that between you, the Traveler, the Hydro Dragon, and the Archon.
However, given the state of things, I shall
The one thing is that they do say that the Oratrice did come into play about 500 years ago.
including my supposed shock,
Which would have been which is like after Egeria died.
part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement.
That still doesn't necessarily well, let's see here. That still doesn't necessarily mean that she didn't have anything to do with it.
And, of course,
Well, they said it came in. Well, I mean, Egeria died in Sumeru.
That's true. Wait, not in Conria? Like the rest of them?
She died during the Cataclysm, but she died in Sumeru. Like you can, like there, I mean, you haven't explored the desert. You can find where her remains are, or her technical remains are. Because there's a whole ass world quest again you have not done.
Sorry, you say the words, you can find the bones of an old god, and I was like, okay.
Not bones. It's not bones. That's why I said remains.
I know, but it's funny
because
to say bones.
A thing happened. Rukkhadevata basically turned her body into like this. Oh, I mean, you've seen the tree in the desert.
Oh no.
That really glowy tree that I know you saw once in the distance.
Probably. I just don't remember it, but maybe.
Yeah, whatever you see, that's basically her.
Interesting.
She's basically she's kind of like absorbed into the soil. I guess in a way, it's very hard to explain. The world quest does it a lot better, but it's a pretty long world quest.
Blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the oratrice's verdict.
On the one hand, this sounds terrible, but on the other hand, she's kind of keeping up appearances so that people don't lose faith in the justice system, because once they do that, this whole country's fucked.
Her.
This country is absolutely fucked if they suddenly be like, wait, does that mean every case in the last 500 years could have been wrong?
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
I hope you're only telling that to us and not to the regular citizens.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
I would like to file a motion to appeal.
Alright. Even though we feel
No.
pretty badly
Go to jail. Let him go to jail.
for it for now.
Well, he can be in jail while we appeal, and we'll deal with that later.
Just let him go to jail, because then we get to meet Daddy Duke.
Plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to prison someday.
Don't worry about it.
Give me my primos. Thank you. I assume we're almost done with Act 2?
Yeah. Oh, and then when we're done with Act 2, we can do the thing I wanted to do before.
I should have just left that opera house, shouldn't I?
Yeah. It did say leave the opera house.
I don't read. I see marker, I go to marker. I can't read. You know this.
Because it just wanted you to go up the stairs.
I know. Took a bit of a long way around. It's fine.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Why wasn't he handcuffed?
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
I don't think we should be afraid of him. He can't hurt us. Quite literally.
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I'm kind of questioning, would Nervalet be dissolved by the primordial water, or is it because he's the Hydro Dragon and not technically Fontainian? I don't think it would affect him.
I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache?
Oh, if you go out to that fountain over there, and you stand in the middle and you sit down and meditate.
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Especially if you drink your own water.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
I don't want to say anything because it'll just make me depressed.
Yeah.
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
We're just gonna ignore that for a second, and we're just gonna keep going.
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans? Will they betray the instinct
Hydro Dragon!
just to satisfy spiritual needs?
He's not human! He's a dragon! He's a big old dragon!
Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you.
Thing that we can also look at later. It's nothing important, but it's just something that everybody thinks about a lot.
Is currently in... Wait, what? What did that say? The quest location is currently involved in other quests. What? What do you mean it's involved in other quests? I didn't activate any other quest. How did that happen? Fine, I want to finish Act 2 before we end it for the night, so fine.
More speed.
But it shouldn't be.
But
Because it's
apparently
literally just the fountain.
I don't know. It says the quest location is in use. You read it as well as I did, right?
Yeah, look, wait, what? Wait, go up.
The quest location is currently involved in other quests. The long-failed graph
It's
adversarial technology talk to Charlotte.
it's just the fountain. What? That is
Bizarre. Which, we're not even near the fountain. I'm just like, what? Why? I mean, I'll do it, hopefully real fast.
Fairly long ended. I think this is just the tail end of the. Luckily, this is just the tail end. You can just kind of go through it. It's literally just to get the item.
And what are they chatting about?
Be pleased with the cherry on top, Charlotte. Journalist extraordinaire. Please tell me you're joking. I read that a gang of
My
criminals
children are in the
tricked
background. I
Argonauts
love
by
them.
disguising themselves as blubber beasts. It's
Look at
true,
them. They've never done anything wrong in their lives.
Who, the little fungi over there?
Yes.
They're cute.
My babies.
Why are they not in Sumeru?
I've invested all my savings.
There's a current event that's a continuation of 2 other events. One that did start in Sumeru. They're basically like little pets. It's basically basically the Pokemon tournament event where we captured fungi and let them fight each other.
Oh, that one.
I admire your passion for your research, and I don't mean to dash your hopes for those, big-ticket orders. But I'm afraid I'm not joking. The Blubber Beast incident was a short story mailed to us by an anonymous amateur author, written in the style of a true story.
It sounds like they're just discussing a story, but why does this Miss Lapine Pauline seem so distressed?
Funnily enough, I actually remember being in a meeting where the editing team was debating the potential risk of misleading the public with this story. They even went to Maison Gardiennage for advice, but to our surprise, they fully supported us printing it. They figured that the false intel would be a great way to dupe potential criminals into wearing ridiculous costumes when breaking the law. In truth, Gardamex are extremely sophisticated in their capabilities. They can identify criminals just as reliably as the best human guards, so a crude disguise isn't gonna get you far. If anything, it'll just make you stand out all the more. Since we ran that story, the Maison Gardiennage has made a slew of arrests, including, one phantom blubber beast, a titanic red-crowned finch, and a Spectre Man. So I knew this story had helped out law enforcement, but this is the first time I'm learning of an innocent citizen being deceived by it, and investing so much mora for nothing.
Ma'am, it's okay.
Uh-oh.
You're fine?
She really sounds like she's in pain. Paimon thinks we should just ask
I think this
Charlotte
is none
what's
of our
going
business.
on.
I think we should go.
Hey, Charlotte.
No, this entire portion was voiced until I just completely like skipped through the dialogue because I didn't have my earbuds in,
Paimon, it's
and it
you!
was literally just for the tail end of the event.
Photos for a story when I got to talking to Miss Lapine Pauline about her research. She read an article in the Steambird about a criminal who evaded Gardamek detection by disguising themselves as a blubber beast. Inspired by this story, she spent a lot of Mora researching counter-criminal image recognition technology. Her aim was to improve Fontaine's public security by developing a device that could enhance Gardamek's target recognition capabilities.
Which is great, except not necessary.
She was hoping I could write an article to spread awareness about image recognition technology. She even paid me for the article and gave me one of her prototype devices before I could get a word in. But unfortunately, it was just a fictional story, and her efforts and aspirations were all in vain. I tried to let her down
To be
gently,
fair,
but she's finding it all very hard to
she
accept.
wanted to improve image recognition in a state that's already under heavy surveillance. Like, no, we're good. We don't need that. No. Get rid of it.
New situation for us too.
Don't need it.
It's such a pity. It seems like the author was only trying to make the story interesting, and the Maison Gardiennage only had Fontaine's best interest in mind.
Wait, Miss Lapine Pauline, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamek, head to the Opera at Biclez, and get a one-way ticket to the Fortress of Meropide. That way, I won't have to repay my debts. It's the only way I can afford to keep on living.
That's kind of a dark, well, that's a very dark and terrible way to look at this. Maybe you don't need to do that.
There's no need to go that far. I mean, come on, look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamek's armor. In all likelihood, they'd only hold you up at the Maison Gardiennage for a few days before letting you out, and then you'd still have to repay your debts.
And also, you would have been in prison, which is bad.
Actually, instead of going into the technicalities of that, how much did you actually invest? How bad can it really be?
270,000 Mora.
Okay, well, escaping to the Fortress of Meropide over a sum like that.
That's not the worst. That's not the most terrible it could be. 270,000 Mora, which is like 27,000, which is like a little around $3,000.
Not anymore.
That could be worse.
I used to be an equipment supplier to the Fontaine Research Institute before that blew to pieces, and now I'm just a small-time engineer. I scraped together some savings over the past few years, but I put every last Mora into this project, and now I'm left with nothing.
Oof. Okay, this is why you always don't do that. Don't. Here's some advice. Don't do that.
It's not just my savings that are gone. It's my whole future as a graph adversarial technology specialist and my dreams of becoming a billionaire one day.
Okay, you know, if not for that last part, I wouldn't have cared. Or no, I would have cared. Now we're like, eh.
Don't despair, Miss Lapine Pauline. I think I know a way for you to turn this around. This prototype you've given me, the camera lens for image recognition sample collection. It's really quite something. You said you designed it specifically for high-fidelity image capture and analysis, yes? The rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful function in its own right. It's sure to make many journalists' jobs much easier. In fact, I'd say it has the potential to revolutionize Fontaine's news media. So your research efforts thus far are by no means in vain. The technology you've developed may have many applications that you've never even considered.
Really?
Absolutely. I've been working as a journalist for the Steambird for a long time now. No one understands the issues we journalists face on a day-to-day basis better than me. So keep calm, take heart, and start thinking about mass production. In the meantime, I'll show your invention to all my colleagues to drum up interest in your product.
I feel like I still don't fully understand what she did and what she created.
Like I said, it's an event that's ended already. It's just the tail end to get the gadget from it.
But then I'm still.
It was the stamp event.
Okay, I guess.
That they wanted you taking pictures of shit. Don't worry about it. It's not that important.
Well, I'm more confused about why I needed to do this to continue the Archon quest.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know why. This is very weird.
Dominance in the camera industry.
Come on, stop daydreaming about your pipelines for a minute.
Because this absolutely should not get in the way of it.
And I can probably speak to some people I know and license my image recognition device to a workshop to raise some funds. I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner.
Well, she seems to be back in full spirits. Good for you. Good for you.
I need to get to work. Early bird gets the worm.
You know what? At least you're not depressed anymore, I guess.
Can you believe her? She just ran off.
He'll be fine.
Someone's pretty sure our advice went in one ear and out the other.
It's understandable. When inspiration and passion strike at the same time, it's all too easy to throw yourself headfirst into your work and forget about everyone around you.
Alright, look, don't call me out.
A lot of journalists are the same way when they're first starting out. But don't you worry. I'm gonna write an article on all this, and I'll be checking in on her regularly. Her research has the potential to benefit the entire journalistic community. I'll give her plenty of input to stop her from going down any rabbit holes, and make sure mass production of her lens can begin as soon as possible.
Charlotte, you're a very good person for looking after her. You don't need to, but...
It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking out for her, Charlotte.
Actually, you know what? Why don't you two take this prototype lens? I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances to use it on your travels.
Thank you for the camera upgrade.
It takes the right person to get the most out of a new
The thing that I never use.
In your hands,
We can actually do something very quick with it.
Thanks a lot, Charlotte. What a nice surprise. We were just curious about what you guys were talking about. Totally didn't expect to get a free gift out
You ever
of it.
walk up on a couple people talking about something kind of serious and you get something out of it when you weren't involved? Hi,
A lot of
Punisher.
times in this game.
Hello, Punisher. How are you doing? I hope you enjoyed your nap.
You're welcome. I got something out of this too. The beginnings of a very interesting news story. The boundaries between real news reports and news-like fiction must not be blurred, even when there's a compelling justification for doing so. Yes, that's how I'll phrase it to the editors when I give them my feedback. Let's hope we don't mislead any more well-meaning citizens in the future.
Is it... Okay. When World of Worlds came out, I know that... Was it just an urban legend, or was it true that some people actually thought it was real?
Oh, real.
Because I feel... that's definitely a story I've heard of people thinking it was real. But
Because
I don't
it's
remember...
because of the way things were, news was put out, because it was treated like a real radio broadcast.
Yeah, I just don't know how many people actually thought it was real.
It's just think about it like something akin to Welcome to Night Vale, but in a time where that information, where that kind of information is not very easily it's not very easy to like figure out when things are going on, because you have to kind of rely on what like stuff like the radio and that kind of technology was kind of new.
Yeah, I got that. I'm just... If it helps... Adam Ruins Everything went over it, and it was an urban legend. Because words are hard. It's one of those things that you hear about, oh, some people were freaking out about it. It's like, probably not actually that many people. But it would... You can sort of understand for a moment why they thought it was, because it was very much written that way.
Like, you can get why.
Yeah, absolutely. Special Analysis Zoom Lens. After Charlotte activates this gadget, the original effects of framing freeze... Wait, what?
I'll show you in a second. So basically, real quick, what's Charlotte your party?
Oh, that's right. I did hear about that. There was a different show going on, so very few people even heard War of the Worlds.
Now go into your bag and equip that lens.
Oh, equip the lens. Here it is.
Okay, now exit out. Actually, go to your, is it actually, okay, so it might actually be, you don't need to have the camera on.
Okay.
I wonder if it's actually shows that it's equipped. Oh, wait, well, it said it's activated. Basically, pressure skill. Like, hold it, yeah.
Oh.
It turns into like a free range camera.
Oh, that's cool.
So now you can actually walk around and take pictures. You can also like use it during fights and in domains. So you can get a lot of scenic shit.
Okay, so I can still do her regular skill. I just can't do her hold, which, you know, kind of important.
Her health isn't super important, but it's still very useful.
I would still
It's like
rather have it. Like, well, to be
it's
fair, I
like
guess.
yeah, it's like you can do either or.
But does it only
Because
work when I have her out? What happens if I have anyone else
it's
out?
it doesn't really do anything. That's because her skill is because remember that Charlotte's weapon is her camera.
Right.
It's literally one of her. It's literally her passive talent.
Okay, I can't move like this, so.
Yeah, it's literally her passive talent.
A new type of camera accessory. After equipping this, a normal camera can quickly adjust its focus. Yeah, I guess so. It's only for Charlotte.
No, because like look at her go to her
Ow.
thing and look at her passive talent.
Thank you for the gift sub to Punisher by Beast. The special analysis zoom lens, Charlotte's Harlow can trigger its original effect, but instead enables her to take photos and so she is the only one who can do that.
Yeah, she's the only one. That's why I said it's basically for people to like do a lot of scenic shit, which is actually very nice.
Interesting. Okay. Ow. I don't know what the point of that was.
I don't know either. That's weird.
Because normally it's like you can't do something because a character's busy. Ow, thank you for the hydrate. You can hit me with the ow, thank you for the chair.
There's no involved with that. Had anything to do with what's going on. Literally nobody involved in that.
There was no body and there was no location.
You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then, I drank water from the primordial sea. It heightened my sensitivity to the hydro element.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache.
Ah!
Yes.
Do you think Nervalette can hear it without needing to drink anything?
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Oh god, Sephiroth? What's he doing here? I'm not ready for that.
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey,
Try again, Maya.
be careful!
Try again.
Hey,
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
Damn, okay. Just coming right out with it. Alright.
What are you saying?
How much does she know?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
Oh, this is fucked up.
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts.
Oh.
And my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself.
Oh no. She's not just Vinier. She's all of them. She's everyone. Oh no, we're just gonna...
If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
Oh, this is the consciousness of everyone who's been dissolved. Or at least all the girls? What the fuck? What the fuck?
You... Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand. As our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And we were no longer individuals. But we became one. Just as streams of water come together in the sea.
You know, before this moment, there was a part of me that's like, hey, maybe the dissolving isn't like the end of everything. It's not the worst because, you know, if everyone becomes an ocean, that's fine. I think it's probably still not ideal.
And it's like, are you sure about that?
And then this happened. I'm like, never mind. You all become one individual, which makes sense with the whole water ocean thing.
I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am
She is
not
Groot. She is Venom. She is Legion. The only one she's not is Vinier?
But then, where is Vinier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you.
Because she knows the truth now.
This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist.
Damn, fucking go off.
The only thing you are not is Vinier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
It looks like I didn't meet Vinier back then either. They must have wanted me to learn Marcel here from the very beginning.
I love this entire thing where it's like, it's also not just evil for evil's sake. It's like you understand everything that is going on and why it happened.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not wrong though.
That's what I'm saying. It's everything. It's understood why things happen, and you understand like from everybody's point of view.
No, yeah, she can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
Absolutely the fuck not.
And it's one of those things that also goes to show you how fucking powerful something like grief is. And it's scary to think about what that can make somebody capable of.
Yeah, I try not to think about it. It's one of those things I try not to think about in real life. I'm just like, no.
I think about it for a narrative aspect, and then I have to stop myself because then I get sad.
Yeah, think about it in terms of a story. That's fun, cool, good shit. Think about it in real life. That's when I start getting okay. Yeah, now I'm fucking my brain up.
But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Oh, are they about to fucking rip his mind to shreds?
Vache.
The guards find that the culprit of the series of Marcel appeared to have lost his soul. The final report, damn it.
And said that he later says that he died from fright.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that entire scene is it's so raw, it's so good.
That was fucking awesome and terrible.
It's so fucking raw.
Oh wait,
so
maybe
good.
it wasn't the fountain that was in use. It was this area.
Oh, that might be why.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Holy shit.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
Like, we've had some really fucked up crazy shit in this game before. That was like a whole nother level.
Welcome to Fontaine. I hope you're ready for it to get worse.
I keep saying this. How is it gonna
It's a
get
pleasure
worse?
to see you both again.
What the fuck?
We kept asking the same thing.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Are we talking about business partners or lovers at this point? Is the answer both? I'm okay with both.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now.
Yeah, because we're right there where Charlotte and that woman were.
Yeah, like I did.
Spot.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I did not know that was. I completely forgot about this interaction. That's why I didn't think about it.
Wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service.
Yeah, we also ran into her recently.
Maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer.
How many lesbian lovers do you have?
I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair,
Sort of
though,
paparazzi moment.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Okay, so we're back to the how many girlfriends do you have? And like Maya said, the answer must be yes.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time. So we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway,
You can never have too many girlfriends as long as they're all aware of what's
perhaps
happening.
it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened. As well, and on top of that, just how much people still look up to him.
Accidentally
to this
press
day.
a button, it's fine.
That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
So far, are we ever gonna see your eyes? Your glasses don't have, aren't full frames, I just noticed. Actually, no glasses in this game ever have, frames. How do they stay on your face? Are they glued onto your nose?
Indeed.
I mean, I think the only time I've really seen it was when Navia pulls out her sunglasses in her idol animation that they showed off.
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Nervalette must be really sad about something. And thus, nope.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for...
Waiting for the words.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be. Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
Because he's sad. He's crying. I wonder how often... Now, she said that she hasn't been here in a while. I wonder how often Nervalette comes to this grave.
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
It's very well said that he's like very rarely seen outside of his office.
Rarely seen outside of his office. That doesn't mean
man practically lives there. Well, it's like one of those things they show you that he, if he is out and about, it is a scene. It's like you see him, people are whispering.
I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette.
So do you know that he's not human? How many people know that he... Or are you just calling him autistic?
In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day...
Everybody knows he's been around for like a long time.
That's true.
And plenty of people are...
human.
And plenty of people are like not human.
That's fair.
There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days.
Hence the rain.
That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I really like you.
I wonder if I should say things just because it's already obvious anyway, because they're not really hiding it. But
what? The thing that
about this. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, everyone had pegged it the second his design came out.
What, that he was a dragon?
Yeah, everyone kind of said it already.
I didn't really get dragon, but I also didn't realize he wasn't human initially.
Yeah, he's like originally his thing came out, people had theories, and then the thing Fremine said, everybody was like, "Oh, he's the fucking dragon." Everybody just fucking knew it immediately. Everybody just knew it immediately.
Well, but now it just becomes the question: do the people in Fontaine know that he's the dragon? Because I don't think they do.
Oh no, they don't.
So you're actually...
They don't even know if they didn't even know if the dragon was still existed. They know it existed.
Hey, do you want to repeat?
They didn't know it still did.
Do you want to repeat what everyone said when they saw his design?
What?
Do you want to repeat your exact phrasing?
Yeah, that they had already had theories that he was something.
No, what was the verb you used?
I legitimately don't remember.
Because Maya called it out and I didn't really think about it, but everyone pegged him that he was the dragon.
I didn't even remember saying that.
You don't remember saying that? Out
Not
the mouth
really.
It's gone. That's fair.
So just because my mind isn't constantly dirty, that's a normal ass word.
It is. Which is
How
why I
Peg is
also...
Barbara. Peg is Barbara's last name, remember?
Nope.
P-E-G-G, it's in the manga.
I don't remember things. But also, here's the thing. I also didn't think about that immediately. I blame Maya. Maya, this is your fault. And you're using B's own emote against us.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
Following Navia and Neuvillette, you also pay your respects to Callus.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Well, you're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave.
Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly.
I'm very interested to see you try and walk. Would you even know how?
Oh, no.
We don't fucking know.
Everyone hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad. Anyway,
We've seen her lay down. We've never seen her on the ground other than laying down.
I don't think we've ever seen her feet touch the ground. Like, yeah, she's been on her back, but that's not the same thing.
Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
I'm trying to get us to the end of Act 2. I know we're so close.
Yeah, just talk. Oh, it's just saying you can do the fungi event now. That's really all it's saying.
I don't want to, though. I want to do this. I want to talk to the dragon.
Yeah, this is basically the end of it.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Hi, yes, Tartaglia.
Before this, I forgot to tell you we could have talked to Navia.
Ah, shit. It's fine.
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free.
I can't just say it's literally just you talk to Navia, they bring up the whole it's Paimon apologizing, not saying she didn't know that flying was disrespectful.
About water from the Primordial Sea.
At court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the Primordial Sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today.
Were you around back then?
Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea.
Oh, probably not.
You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial, then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead?
From dust you began, to dust you shall return, but water?
To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I have a question about the prophecy.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good.
Yes, it's a rather dark tale.
Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
Why is that in quotations?
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I want to ask about Child. Tell me about the dumb boy.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it.
So, are you saying it has a bias based on the people of Fontaine? Or something
Not only
else?
can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness.
So it does have a bias.
Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Huh. So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate.
Yeah, maybe we should have told you that earlier. It's something to look into.
In any case, I am inclined to believe that
the
the
Oratrice can
does
talk.
have a methodology
Maybe go
of
have a
its own.
conversation with it, see what it has to
Just
say.
do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama.
I can't tell if you're disappointed in her or a little bit proud of her or both. Or it's like, yeah, this is how it is.
He's just a dad.
He's just a tired old dad.
While we do intend to
He's
get
an
to the
old
bottom of this,
man. He's been
now,
around a while.
I regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I want to ask, do you know about my brother? Do you know about Conria? Were you
Your
there?
sibling. Another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description.
He's been around for like 500 years. He's kind of accidentally ingratiated himself into the history of Tevat to the point where Irminsul even knows of him, which it should not. And he was at Conria, and now he leads the Abyss Order. I probably shouldn't tell you that last part, just in case you decide to kill him, but...
If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles.
Wait, are you saying that my brother was more subtle and less of a hassle than me? Because I appeared in the opera twice?
Is there anything else?
No, I believe that's everything. Thank you for
Very
your
well.
time, sir.
It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memornia.
Back to work, old man. You're not allowed to retire
super
yet.
busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
The rain stopped a while ago. Paimon. Act 2 complete. And that is where we're gonna call it today. After
Just
Paimon talks.
one. One thing I want to do first.
One thing?
Yeah, remember that thing with the fountain?
Yeah?
Let's go back there and do it again because it should happen now.
Over here.
We
Alright,
gotta
what do I
turn
need?
the music and the SFX down, and then also change it to night.
Okay. Music down. Sound effects down. Nightfall.
And let's just sit here and hope Eula doesn't
Knight's
talk.
an aristocrat.
The fuck? Did you hear that? I couldn't make out what it was saying, but there was definitely crying.
It's like so interminable, so lonely. Just how much longer?
Okay. That's... Okay, that's interesting.
And that's when everybody figured out there had to be something more going on because everybody realized because of the tone. It was like, oh, that's Farina.
Oh! Okay, I couldn't tell because, again, it was so soft it sounded like crying. I couldn't tell. Very interesting.
Yeah,
But
they
that's...
said all they said all the waters converge at this point, and then they hold like the deepest emotions.
Yep, that would be her. Oh, but that's where we're gonna call it tonight, y'all. Thanks so much for joining us for more Genshin. Reminder that we have a Discord now. Go there, hang out, have fun.
I shall be there, but I'm what's known as everyone's local cryptid.
Look, and we all love our local cryptid. Thank you for the victory, Bybeast. If you spot the local cryptid in the wild, please treat it with respect. That's all I ask. Very important. But yeah, so tomorrow...
The Keyblade.
Thank you for the Keyblade. I know that you're trying it, Maya. Keep trying. Tomorrow I should be back for Digimon. I don't... Because of events, I don't know if we're going to do something on Monday. Hopefully we'll find out some more information soon. Something might be going on next week. But, until then, thank you all so much for joining us. Let's go see... who to raid. I see one option. But you're on the BRB screen. How long have you been on BRB?
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
Alright, you know what? We're gonna raid Nox and hope that the BRB screen is on its way out. I'll see you all later. Enjoy the rest of your evening and the rest of your... Yeah, the rest of your evening or the rest of your day. No. Go away. We'll be back tomorrow. Yeah. I love you all. See you all later. Bye.